Yeah, and Jeff is not gonna be here also.
Oh, Jeff isn't here, that's right. So, I can appoint 2 alternates, and then we can meet, is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or
So,
I could just go home, and you won't have a quorum.
yes.
So you just need 3, so as long as.
Oh, okay, all right.
So, yeah, why don't we appoint Evie and Rich as alternates, or Vicky and Jeff? And then, neither of them were around for our last meeting, so are we allowed to, should we approve these minutes or wait till next meeting?
I would wait till next meeting.
Okay. So, let's, I guess, jump into 4.6 conversions.
Rich, actually, there's a bit of old business that I'd like an update on where do we stand on the planning board being able to review the housing survey.
I am not aware of there being any resolution on the litigation, so.
Okay, so,
That is where we are at with the,
okay, so,
our town's attorney has been trying to get in contact with the other attorney and has had very little success.
that's not the way I heard it.
That's,
So-
I don't know what
Okay.
but that is what I have been told, so.
So other than that, I don't think we can talk about the housing
Nope.
survey.
That's,
I mean, clearly, there's a clear vote. Well, I was gonna read this. And so, David, I'll send you a copy of it when I'm done.
Well, I think if it has anything to do with the housing survey, I don't think
No,
it's
it has,
appropriate.
it does not have to do with the housing survey. I mean, it has to do with me, so.
Well, I'm not sure that that's also appropriate.
I think it should come through council.
No, I'm gonna resign.
Oh.
So I'd like to read this statement, and David, I'll send you a copy of it so that you can see it. And so I write it to the members of the planning board. I'm profoundly disappointed by the behavior of this board. At the December 11th, 2025 meeting, I felt demeaned and insulted by the board's statements that publicly expressing my own thoughts about the housing survey was improper or tainted the survey results in some way. Any implications that I had handled the data improperly were defamatory. I've spoken to several other residents of Lyme who were present or watched the video that uniformly expressed that they were appalled by the board's behavior. Let me talk about the time course. In fall 2025, the board designed a survey to gauge the town's opinions about housing options. Hebe Quinton and I volunteered to create paper and electronic versions of the questions. The board carefully checked both formats to be sure they were exactly as desired and released the survey in November 2025. On December 2nd of 2025, Hebe and I sent a summary of the results to the planning board chair and the zoning administrator prior to the 4th of December meeting that was called specifically to review the results of the survey. Instead, that meeting was abruptly canceled. There was no board consultation or vote. In fact, the board immediately reached out to town council, again, without any vote. The next week was the December 11th meeting where the insulting and demeaning behavior occurred. As a topper, the board voted not to review the results of the housing survey, ignoring the careful opinions expressed by 342 residents of Lyme. The plain and unmistakable appearance is that the board did not like these opinions and decided to scapegoat me. If this is the way the board wishes to treat its volunteer members, then, Mr. Chair, I no longer wish to be associated with this board, and I resign. So,
I respect your opinion, and thank you for your statement.
okay, thank you. David, you can leave that and I'll pick it up tomorrow. Just
Okay.
let it run.
Okay.
I guess the next thing on our agenda is continuing discussion of 4.46 conversions. And at the end of our last meeting, we were given draft number 5. Phoebe, basically at our last meeting, we spent most of the time chatting with Red Clark.
Right. I saw the minutes about that.
And so we really didn't have much time to go into conversions, but
Yeah, just in case you didn't get it. I thought I sent stuff, but
No, I didn't see, I saw the minutes and the agenda, but not, cool. Thank you.
so I've gone through this, and I think Nat has done a great job of trying to keep in the spirit of what the petitioned amendment was, but clarifying some of the issues that it presented. And we had gotten through, if I'm correct, we had basically gotten through in our previous meeting, if we are on page, I guess it would be the 3rd page, right after paragraph 3, limited expansion. As I understand it, we had gotten through that first sentence. Am I basically correct in that? So,
I wanted to highlight the memorandum, I guess, just for a second. I know it's probably a bit wordy, but it was sort of hard to explain. But the actual wording of section H that's now in the ordinance book negates the utility. This is concerning candidacy for conversion for a building, which is covered in Part A of 4.46. And it is that complicated statement that we've discussed before about not only a building has to be 5 years old, but it also has to have utilities for 5 years.
yeah,
Now, I'm not trying to defend the wording of that, but that was not supposed to be altered, at least to my understanding, with this amendment. But in the first sentence of H, as it now appears, it just says a 5-year-old building. And in the last sentence of H, it actually says that for buildings less than 5 years old, you can convert to 6 units, which is clearly wrong. So, and that's all actually part of the ordinance right now. So,
yeah,
so basically H not only established what it was intended to establish, but it also completely took out as an exception, the eligibility criteria for a building. And so the only reason I mention this now is because I sort of felt that we had to double back to A and reword A and actually put in a statement that says that the provisions of subsection H do not exempt any structure from the eligibility requirements of A. So that's the only, and so I would, if you have the draft 5, I've written a new version of A, 4.46A, for your consideration.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point that has been made all along that, that if there is something that is more restrictive in other parts of the ordinance, then the most restrictive language would apply, but it certainly would be more clear if there weren't apparent contradictions, so that one might get misled, and so I agree with the changes you've made.
Okay,
Where, oh, eligibility,
So.
it's got a funny page break.
It's
that's
got
all.
a, yeah, the page, the page break, A actually starts on the second page, but,
so it's labeled
so
4.46A.
it's actually on the third page where it says only existing structures, that's what A would be.
Oh, I see, it breaks between
Yeah.
the title, eligibility for conversion, and then, okay, well, I'm sorry about that. I didn't actually write it that way. My
No,
version does
no,
that.
it's just the,
It probably,
Going between different computers, you wind up in
Yeah.
different
Yep.
applications.
yeah, different versions of Word.
so.
So I just changed the wording so that it was clear that the building had to be both 5 years old and served by utilities. So that was no longer misunderstandable, because I thought that was the way that, as a group, we decided to understand that line.
Correct.
So I thought that needed to be corrected anyway.
Mhm.
And then I just added at the bottom, the provisions of subsection H don't exempt any structure from the eligibility requirements of this subsection.
Mhm.
So, I don't know whether, I guess I probably would not rely on the stricter of, I think it's gonna be arguable. That seems to be a sort of
Oh, exactly.
Well, we had also talked about removing some of this, not requiring that the last 5 years have sanitary.
No, I'm not, that's why I said, I'm not arguing the validity or the benefits of having the eligibility criteria, but unless we actually have a discussion on that point, then we have to drop back to where things were. And so I don't disagree with you, Hebe.
Okay.
But the fact is, if we're writing an amendment to this, unless we wanna pair it with something else and discuss the eligibility criteria, then we need to write this
I'm just trying to catch up here.
in. Yeah.
I mean, I personally have always argued against the single dwelling unit requirement.
So when you helped write this, did you intend this to be worded
I didn't
this
help,
way?
this was written well
This is
before I was,
1989.
yeah, I was not here when this was,
Oh, when this part was.
yeah, because again,
Okay.
you know.
So you did not write the H, the new H,
The
in
new
order
H I
to
helped.
circumvent this?
No, that the new H was never intent to
Yeah,
circumvent
right,
it.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, my argument is that you should be allowed to convert something to any use that is allowed in the district. So that if you have a garage and you wanna convert that garage to an office and rent out that office, you should be able to. You know, as long as it's allowed in the district. If it's not allowed in the district, then no. But I don't see why restricting it to a dwelling unit It just seems that is overly restrictive.
I don't disagree.
It's just something,
But-
I will keep bringing it up, during the discussions of this, because, I feel that it's just very restrictive. You should be able to.
I mean, if you're interested in the vitality of the district.
Right, being able to convert to other.
Well, I asked last time whether anybody understood the reason for why that was in. I guess that question was aimed at Vicky. Why that wording was in the first place, because none of us were around when this got
It's
written.
my
And I
understanding,
assumed that it had a meaning and a reason.
in discussions I've had in the past, the reason for it is to prevent a loophole where you build a building and say, I'm going to build a barn. And then you build this big barn and then you say, hey, you know what? Now that this barn is built, I'm gonna convert it to 6 units.
But it hadn't been there for 5 years.
Right, well, that's what this prevents. That was the intent of
Right,
this,
but-
was to prevent.
Right, well, so you're arguing against the 5 years as well as the.
No, I'm not arguing
utilities.
against the 5 years, I'm arguing only against the single dwelling unit. I think,
Oh, the single dwelling unit.
right, I think it should be any use
Okay, so there's a
allowed in
different.
the district.
Yeah, okay.
Again, that's my own personal opinion, and, but, no, I have no problems with the idea that you don't wanna be able to convert, someone build a big building that would not be allowed, new construction that would not be allowed, and then
You know, and I
immediately,
think the trigger for it was Earl Stroud's building.
it could very well have been.
The big gray building that he built there, people were afraid that that was gonna be made into something.
The one on,
Because that was built
Or
pre,
Connecticut
Route 10,
River
right
moving.
here.
yeah,
They were
going
across
out
the
of
street.
town.
that was built pre-89.
Huh.
And that was the trigger for some of this language.
And again, I understand you're trying to prevent,
So let me get this straight then. You feel the 5 years is appropriate.
I don't think
And
David,
then,
it's two different issues.
after 5 years, it can be put into 6 dwelling units. Oh, excuse me, after 5 years, it gets put into 6 dwelling units?
after 5 years, you can convert it to anything that's allowed within the district.
Including 6 dwelling units, because it,
Yeah, if.
well, actually,
Or no,
that's
it's-
right, conversions to 6 unit, up to 6 units is allowed, right?
Now it's as many as can fit in.
Okay.
No, it's
So
only
then it gets a
structures that
little
don't,
complicated.
yeah, so actually,
But that's only for H.
yeah, and I think, and I should modify, I think a single unit that's allowed within the district. So, again, you're trying to prevent someone from building a large building and then saying, oh, I'm gonna convert this now. But, and again, and it's, the 5 years, is to me not an issue, it's the plumbing and sanitary facilities. Because you could have a building that's been there for 50 years,
Yeah,
and, a garage. And if you wanted to convert it to something other than a dwelling unit, you can't. And so, I'm not, again, I'm not 100% sure how to.
okay to the 5 years, not so much to the sanitary facilities.
Yeah, and again, I understand what they're trying to prevent,
Right.
and I don't see that as an issue. I think, how can we change things to
So-
allow conversions of existing buildings into something other than a single dwelling, if it doesn't have plumbing and sanitary?
So the 5 years is there to draw the line between multi-unit conversion and single-unit conversion. So,
No,
yes, it is.
no, it's there to keep new construction from being multi-unit.
No, I'm just saying that
New
the,
construction.
it says existing structures that are at least 5 years old and have been served by water, let's just skip that. Existing structures that are at least 5 years old shall be eligible for conversion to more than 1 unit. Okay, so that means something less than 5 years old is eligible for conversion to 1 unit. And then when it gets to be 5 years old, it's eligible for, to up to 6 units.
Yeah, that actually,
Okay.
yep.
You know, I guess I probably wouldn't have that much of a problem with that either. But it does seem like we're taking on a whole new issue here,
Well, I think-
and not with a lot of people.
Right, I think I think we should maybe not try to have a discussion on changing the intent, but perhaps just go through the rest of what is here. I mean, because we're missing 3/5 of the board.
Well,
No, I
let's-
agree,
let's-
I think sort of
We're gonna have.
straying
we're gonna have
into
to-
this area is a different issue.
Yeah,
Not that it's not a valid issue, like I said at the beginning, it's,
right.
I agree it's a valid issue, but I just,
I mean, we could just make a note, and when everybody's here, we could say, we suggest deleting this,
Yeah.
this piece of it.
I'm not sure, again, I always try to, you know, be very careful about changes for unintentional consequences. But,
You've been working this one for a while.
yeah, it's just, this one, you know, it seems to me that, you know, restricting a building without heating and plumbing, you know, the sanitary, whatever, to only a dwelling unit, that, it to me is very restrictive, and there are, you know, other things that,
no, my comment last time was that whoever wrote this was actually not wanting barns to be converted. Because they're so infrequently wired and plumbed.
I think we have Renee,
Renee?
would like to say something.
Go ahead.
Hi. All right, thank you. I just had a clarifying and maybe pose a question to see if this helps clear some of this up. I think overarching the topic is adaptive reuse. And I think we're, you know, typically talking about residential. I think to David's point, I wonder if I don't know if it's still in there, but the current zoning in 4.46 conversions, the first sentence says, if a use is permitted in table 4.1, then a conversion of all or part of a single building to that use may be allowed. Does that cover what your concern is, David, where if it's allowed in the district, it's allowed to be converted to that as an office?
Except for the, well, there's the word may in there. May is not a definite. So when you read that, it may be allowed, and then you read
If
A,
it's permitted in the table.
right, it may be allowed, then you go to A, and A says, if it didn't have wiring and plumbing and heating, in the last 5 years, you only can do a single dwelling. So, again, you know, I'll take a garage as an example,
Yeah.
and you wanna convert that garage to an office space, to rent out, you can't. You know, if it
And that
was-
would require the site plan review, so that's
No,
why
you-
it falls under this A.
No, it would, it
Because
would
it says-
require site plan review, yes, yes, cause it's commercial.
Commercial.
But,
Okay.
Yeah.
but it's not permitted because it's not a single dwelling. Currently.
Right. Well, it's not, it would not be permitted because, you know, if you follow through like a kind of a flow chart, you would have to go through, it requires a site plan review, so all those requirements are only for things, conversions that are, that require site plan review, and anything commercial would require site plan review. Basically, anything commercial or multifamily, so that just leaves, single family is the only thing that you can convert to without site plan review. So even though it says you may, may be allowed, there's no way ever of getting there.
Okay, got it, thank you. All
Yeah,
right.
so it sort of, dovetails in with this whole no new construction of anything
Right.
except a single unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's.
But that's something that we have to, I think we have to address, but maybe not with this amendment. It would require, a more extensive set of amendments, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
don't want us to put something together that then has more issues associated with it, other than clarifying some of the misintentions of the petitioned amendment. I mean, already we've got a lot of language here which I think could be burdensome for the general population to understand, and if we, I'm not saying we can't have discussion with the rest of the board members, but I would hope that we could maybe tonight get
Yeah,
through this.
Tonight I agree, but I think
and
keeping
then-
an open mind about simplifying and straightening out the whole thing is not a bad idea. If we can do it
Right.
with mostly just reducing the amount of language rather than adding more clauses.
Right.
yeah, I guess I've been trying to wrap my head around that sentence,
Yeah.
simplifying and reorganizing the whole thing.
Yeah.
And to me, that is, it's not something that I think we can do. We can do piecemeal, and that's what we're gonna have to do. But hopefully, piecemeal will be adequate, if it's the right pieces.
Yeah.
You know. All right, well,
Can what is subsection 4? I feel silly. In the residential units may be created within a building provided that, and then there's A and then there's B in subsection 4, site capacity requirements. What is that?
Oh, subsection, it's just, that's on the
The
next
next page.
page, the site
Oh.
capacity review.
yeah,
And then-
I think the formatting is a
Oh.
little bit, we might need to massage it a little bit, because you're after your letters, you've got, kind of a title, and the rest of the paragraphs, the existing paragraphs don't have titles, but, and then you, under 4.46H, you've got 1 through 4, I guess.
yeah, these would probably work better if they were indented, so that they clearly fell under.
It's just a format.
But
Yeah.
H has
Format
4
issue.
parts to it.
Yeah.
Because, I just, it's, H is being reworded to accomplish several things, to try and put in some kind of density limiter, and to also define what the 15% is of, and actually to provide, yeah, maybe that's it. And to talk about the commercial units and the residential units. So it is complicated, I agree, but it's, maybe if it was indented so that they weren't on the same line, it would make more sense.
Yeah, it just needs a little more structure to be able
Yeah.
to make it easier to follow.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we go, so you wanna start in at
Let's-
limited expansion,
Yeah,
more than 15% of the building footprint existing at the time of the application. So, we had decided already that we were going to make that the date of the adoption of the article.
so rather than existing at the time of the application, existing,
At the date the article was,
yeah, I mean, there's there are other places in the ordinance where they actually have a specific date, you know, it's such and such 1989
I don't know, this was,
or something.
So
So,
as we get to.
this was Jeff's idea,
Yeah.
where he really liked it.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Hebe's idea, I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's just hard to drag it through every time we refer to the floor area or the footprint. Let's see, no, at one point it does refer to floor area, the second time it refers to footprint. But the idea is the same, it's before any renovations take place, and it can't be done twice.
right,
That's the intent.
right.
I mean, you get one shot at the
You
15%.
get one shot at the 15%, right?
So
As
you
you
can't, you
do-
can't
as you-
convert, and then the
as
next
you-
buyer says, oh, well, now I'm converting again, and so I'm converting on the 15%.
I don't-
Compounding interest, all of a sudden you,
Yeah, I almost think you can just say that is, you know, one-time increase of 15%. And, you know, it'd be,
I mean, that is a little hard to word.
I know it's a
And
little
it-
hard to word,
And
but
it does sort of go against the grain of the complications of boilerplate, you know, which has a certain joy for some people, I think.
I just.
Oh, yeah, that means that it can only be done once.
Do you wanna say original application then? To make sure it's the first one? It goes against my grain to add words, but I'm thinking that gives it
As
a,
opposed to the date of adoption?
existing at the time of application, is what it says at the moment.
I mean, how about of the building footprint existing as of March, whatever the date was, 2026 of our town meeting?
Well,
In
Because-
theory, you could have a building built tomorrow,
yeah.
or March 26th.
And
And then 5 years later, you
Yeah.
could find yourself in the throes of this.
Yeah, I think
So it
that's
didn't
not right.
exist at that day. That's the only
Yeah, I
problem
don't
with,
think that that's
as
right.
of the date of adoption of the article.
We can't cast the whole town in amber. I think that
Yeah.
if we say at the time of the original application, that gives a timestamp of that for that building.
But, I mean, who's gonna be keeping track of the conversion, the first
Well,
conversion?
David, of course.
Yes, so that's
Forever.
Yeah.
That's right.
7
We're
years.
gonna be propping him up. There's David.
David or a David substitute.
We're giving him the Boston cane and he's still welding, so.
What was that date?
Well, I like that. I think, you know, just saying a one-time expansion of 15%. And then you can, you know,
Well,
again, it would be up to the zoning administrator to say, oh yeah, back in, you know, 62, they did an expansion.
Not in lot 7.
Yeah.
Do these kinds of things get logged with the county at all? Are there things on deeds and riders and,
You can record anything you want.
because that would then
But, you know,
be
site
something
plan,
that somebody, you know, the next time it's bought or sold, somebody would have to do their due diligence and find that.
well, very simple, you know, a notice of decision that the board does at the end of a site plan review. And in that notice, it says, you know, this 15% has been used. And, you know, when anyone's doing, you know, if you are
That's true.
you know, it's in the town records, and, you know, I think you're spending an awful lot of time trying to solve a problem that is not going to crop up
Right, very often.
very often.
So how about if you made H instead of expanded residential conversion within existing structures? Say, expanded residential or one-time expanded residential conversion within existing structures. And then the next sentence should say, a structure eligible for a one-time conversion under, no, that's not gonna
I
work.
think that that's not going quite where you want, Nat, because you might have somebody who wants to do half their barn this year and has plans to do the other half in 3 years.
Yeah, okay.
I think that the timestamp on the expansion is important, but how you go about adding the units inside
Okay.
is less important.
Well, how about under 3, limited expansion, an existing structure converted pursuant to this subsection may be granted,
A one-time 15% expansion of the
Yeah.
building's footprint existing at the time of the application.
I think that just adding the word original in front of application takes care of all of that for you.
Well, I think the may be granted forces somebody to do the research and make sure it's not been done already.
I think that,
Because if you're going to grant it, then you have to have criteria for granting it. I like the granted.
and I think saying original, this is an original application to do it, and then this now is
and
another
years later, that's
original.
another original application, yeah.
You know, so, you know.
But no, I mean, the original conversion.
I think just putting the term one time
Okay,
somewhere in there is clear that, oh, this can happen at one point in time, and if somebody wants to expand the 15%, then on another conversion, they're gonna have to go back through the records and find out if it's been done before.
Okay, how about
I got
at
it.
the end of,
I've got it.
oh, okay, go ahead.
An existing structure converted pursuant to this subsection may be granted a one-time expansion by not more than 15%, blah, 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 blah.
May be granted a one-time expansion. You could either do that, or what I was thinking is at the end of this, at the end of that sentence, which is, I think, the end of the paragraph, you could add the sentence, this expansion is a one-time event
Yep,
in the.
either of those.
In the history of the building, or, and cannot, and will not be granted on subsequent conversions, maybe that's it. This expansion is a one-time event and will not be granted with subsequent conversions.
This expansion is a one-time event,
And will not be granted with subsequent conversions, or not be allowed.
under subsequent conversions.
Right.
Now,
See anything wrong with that? It's nice because it's another whole
are
sentence.
is the intent of this expansion to negate any building coverage or lot coverage? I mean, does this get a get out of jail free
So-
for that, or?
It's a may, not a shall.
I think,
But is it our intent to,
I think it is, the original intent was to allow 15% of expansion beyond the current footprint and lot coverage numbers. And I think, you know, get 15% of footprint, not
right,
of the,
gross?
or not of what, you know, or not saying,
Gross
you know,
floor area.
you have 6,000 square feet of lot coverage, so you can get 15% more of the 6,000. It's like whatever is on, you know, whatever your building footprint is, if it's,
Because lot
Next,
coverage includes driveways and
right.
that kind of thing.
But I think, in the event that you have a building, well, take 25 Union Street as a good example.
Yeah.
let's say there is extra lot coverage that's not being used, or building footprint, allowable footprint that's not being used. They should be able to expand out to the maximum building footprint, and that 15% would be beyond that. I think that's what the intent was. Not
Okay.
just, because if you just need 15% and you have 20% left over, then it's no big deal. But if you, this is to give you some flexibility where you're bumping up against your building footprint maximums.
So it is an increase over the maximum
Yes.
building footprint. Because if somebody's doing a conversion and they wanna also put a little addition on, or how do we treat that?
If they're doing conversion, they want to,
How do we treat it in terms of what?
In terms of getting a building permit, and in terms of whether the planning board wants to look at it or we don't wanna look at it.
well, so
Um,
if you're doing a conversion, if it's multifamily, which, this is all, this is anything that has to go to site plan review. These, as it's written now, A through H are only in the case when you have to go to site plan review. That's when they apply. So if you want to expand your building, and if you're at the maximum lot coverage or building footprint, then unless you go to the zoning board of adjustment and get a special exception that allows for, those districts, 500 square feet, or you get a variance which allows for a greater amount. Variances, you have a lot to prove. But unless you get one of those, there is no more square footage. The planning board can't approve anymore. This would give you, again, a 15% buffer that you could work with if you're bumping up against those maximums. Again, we'll take Ray Clark example. If he needed some more square footage, say, okay, you can bump up your building by 15%. The square footage of the building that you have. So whatever your footprint of your building, you have a building footprint of 2,000 square feet.
Yeah.
You can get 15% of that 2,000.
So does that mean then that if someone can get all the necessary expansion that they need to assist the conversion, to facilitate the conversion within the footprint that's allowed to them, that means they can't take the 15%?
Well, they have no need to.
Right. Right, but they may come up with a need.
Right, they may.
The point is, can they take it?
I don't see any reason why they can't. There's nothing in there, let's say you don't, your building isn't the maximum building footprint, so you design an addition that maximizes your building footprint. And then you say, okay, now I would like the 15% to facilitate.
Well, let me put this a different way, because I get where you're going. Was it the intent of these people who wrote this to assist with the conversion or get 15% expansion?
It was to assist with the conversion.
Okay, so in that case, then we need to have the 15% granted, because someone has to look at how much they've got and actually say, okay, you can only expand 5% on the basis of your footprint, so we'll give you another 10 with a cap of 15. And so, in other words, it's gotta be, we have to put something into this that says that that this is not an automatic 15%. It's as much as you need to assist the conversion with a cap of 15%.
So up to
You
15.
see what I'm saying?
Because I think they were thinking, I mean, they were using the example of Dowds,
Yeah,
and they've got, this lots of building footprint, but, I think the examples they were using was an elevator shaft or stairwells or something like that.
I think it was two-pronged. It was to help with the conversion, as you say, but
Yeah.
also thinking that 15% is gonna essentially preserve the facade.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
if you modify something by 15%, it's not gonna look suddenly like a Howard Johnson's.
yeah, but also, I guess when you're doing a conversion, to what extent are you allowed to actually create new space? Because all of a sudden, you're not really doing a conversion, you are adding new space for a kitchen facility,
Yeah,
or
but-
for,
when you think about it,
or for an elevator shaft,
But-
either
but-
way.
but let's say, you're taking, any business or any, if they have the available footprint, then that's what the zoning allows them to do. Whether they're doing a conversion, whether they're just doing a renovation,
Right? The lot coverage.
well, the lot covering footprint,
Right.
so,
Two pieces.
let's say, you have a building, you wanna put an elevator in. You have the existing footprint to put the elevator on the outside of the building. They would be allowed to, I would, by right, I would issue a permit saying, go for it.
Yeah,
Just the fact that they're doing a conversion, to me, does not negate that. That is what, under the zoning, that they
They're still
are.
entitled to
Right, you-
building footprint and lot
You,
coverage.
your lot has a particular amount of footprint that you are able to work with.
Right.
And, that's basically by right, under the zoning. We have the table 5.1 that says you get this percentage of your lot. And, there are some caveats to that.
Okay, well then, I
And
guess
then-
what I'm saying then is, how does that play into adaptive reuse? In other words, if they have that 15% that they have it, it's in their footprint, then are we saying that adaptive reuse by this H allows you 15% expansion to the max of your footprint plus 15% more to assist the conversion, or a total of 30% of the footprint to assist with the conversion? Is that really what we wanna say?
Well,
Because
Yeah,
otherwise we have to find a way not to say it.
yeah, no, that's, I think you need to look at the request for the 15%, what is that going to be? What is it that you wanna be able to allow people to do with that 15%?
I mean, I thought that the structure, suppose it was like a barn that has electricity and plumbing,
Yeah.
okay? And if you wanna convert that, then you can make an addition to it and then
Yeah.
convert it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's not considered new construction.
Well, see, it is new construction, but it's allowed new construction because you have the footprint.
So is
So
this a
let's-
loophole, or
No,
is it a?
No, I mean, you're allowed a certain space, and if your building is less than that, you can convert out to that much.
but
Well, you can
suppose
build-
plus 15%.
Suppose you're only using 50% of your footprint.
Right.
So you can double the size of a converted structure and
But-
then claim adaptive reuse and convert it.
That doesn't make sense to me.
It's not in the spirit of the.
Well, I'm not sure it isn't. And the reason being is, any building that you can enlarge, you can. And there's no there's nothing, you can't expand into the setbacks, you can't expand into the conservation, that type of thing. But if you have available footprint that you are allowed, under table 5.1, it says you can have a building up to this footprint. And then you're saying, okay, I can build a building up to this footprint, I can add to the current building I have up to this footprint. And then I can use this 15% to get the things like the elevator, the hallways.
Suppose they've only got a shed, okay, and they want to convert it into a 6-unit building, and they have the footprint to do it. Are we really saying that
Yeah,
adaptive
that's
reuse
not-
can do that?
No, I don't, that's not what,
Yeah, I think that would be a loophole that we're,
Right,
Yeah, but-
okay, so it seems to me that we actually have to say that we are granting this on a case-by-case basis, the 15%. Because I have no problem with granting it under
Yeah.
the presumed circumstances that we thought we would be confronted with, which was Dowds or any other structure that just needed a little bit more space to make the conversion work. But I think it has to be a case-by-case basis, because otherwise it's going to be taken advantage of.
or you could also put a caveat in it that says if you are at your maximum allowed building footprint, the board may allow you up to 15%.
I still don't think that
Or with the existing,
that's not jiving with the
But-
intent of.
But I think you could be granted that. In other words, that could be taken into consideration
Yeah.
within the granting process.
right,
I mean, that would be the whole point of the grant, is to take a look at what the circumstances are and then say, yeah, you get the 15. Or you get 10, it's only up to 15. So you've got 5% that you can go with your footprint, and then we'll give you another 10% in the spirit of.
and I have no issues with that, it's just,
So we really, I think we need to change the wording. Would anybody object to saying that,
and this is, one of the issues when
and it-
people try to write zoning for a particular building. Because, it sounds great for that building, but then when you start applying everything out into the rest of the
Right.
district, you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense for this, this, and this.
Yeah, but I mean, going back to the example of if somebody just has a very small building,
Yeah.
but they say, okay, well, I'm going to expand this building. First of all, it's not a conversion of an existing building, it's converting a new expansion, a newly expanded building in that particular case,
right,
which is not the same animal.
Right.
That the town,
Oh, absolutely, and,
Pass.
but I don't think, the current 446 does not, restrict that. And so you would, if you have the available footprint and you expand an existing building with a conversion, it's allowed. Even though it doesn't specifically say you can, and I know it is a permissive ordinance, but the rest of the ordinance says if you have the footprint, you can expand. There's nothing that will prevent you from expanding a building other than the footprint and the lot coverage. So if you can meet those numbers, you can expand that building, and there's nothing in conversion that says, that restricts other than A.
yeah, I mean, all of a sudden then you've got a structure addition that's less than 5 years old.
Right. And that's where, and that's where it gets a tricky question, is that, So you can convert the old part of the structure, but not the new part of the structure?
Yeah, I think it's clearly would be challenged, I would think. And I'm not, yeah, I don't think we wanna be setting ourselves up
Oh,
for
absolutely not.
for challenges.
Okay. How about just simply adding that there are, you know, they've already said that it can be, that it may be expanded, provided such expansion is approved through, actually, we've already got it here, approved through site plan review, and is necessary to support, so we've already got a granting mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you have is fine, and
So-
we had added that right after maybe, we said maybe, rather than maybe expanded by not more than 15%, we say maybe granted a one-time expansion of not more than 15% of the building footprint existing at the time of,
Okay,
well,
Yeah,
and,
that's-
and I,
no, actually, I didn't go that, I put another sentence.
yeah,
And so let's work with the other sentence. So the other sentence was going to say,
this expansion is a one-time event and will not be allowed under subsequent conversions,
okay,
is what you,
this expansion is so this expansion must be granted by the planning board at site plan review. Based on the available footprint and is a one-time event and will not be allowed with subsequent conversions.
that's pretty wordy. I mean, I like the gist of what you're trying to get at.
So in other words, I'm just putting in two clauses instead of one.
Yep.
And it's all sort of hung around the site plan review of the available footprint. Can anybody suggest a shortening?
Could you say something to the effect, maybe granted if additional footprint is not available?
Well, based on available footprint. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's probably a vaguer way of saying it. Maybe you don't wanna put too many cards on the table, because then you're stuck trying to defend, you know, an accusation of being arbitrary. But if you say, well, look, this was the intent of this, so we're not being arbitrary.
Yeah, no, and I think, you know, saying, you know, listen, if you have available footprint, you need to use it.
And
If-
if you don't, then we'll give you a break.
Right.
See, I don't like that, because it's just, it's really, I think it's supporting the idea that I'm doing a conversion, but before I convert, I'm putting an addition on. And, you know, I mean, I'm fine with the 15% if it goes over, you know, over the lot coverage or the building, max building for that particular building. I think that's that's
Right.
acceptable, but I think I really don't want people to be thinking or subverting the intent, and saying, well, I'm converting, but I also, I've got 2,000 square feet of building space that I can build a new building on, and, all of a sudden, this thing that was adaptive reuse, that was maintaining the integrity and the architectural,
Well, that-
ambiance of the neighborhood is negated.
So I think you would need to add
We
something
would ha-
further back, talking about, new construction.
Or talking about adding a criteria for eligibility, that a certain percentage of the footprint has to be occupied.
Well, I think, I'm seeing two different issues here. One issue is the 15%,
Right.
and one issue is, how much of a existing building has to be there for a conversion.
Right,
And if you have,
and that's always been there.
That's always
Okay,
been-
that loophole has always
that
been there.
loophole has been there, and, trying to
And
close.
nobody's taken advantage of it, so maybe we're,
Well, I mean, the structure has to be more than 5 years old.
Right, but when,
but a shed could be more than 5 years old.
Oh, yeah, but you can't convert something that doesn't exist.
Right.
So you come in, you've got a 1,000 square foot shed or garage, and you wanna add 3,500 square feet to it, and you're saying the whole thing is a conversion, that's not the
yeah, well, see,
intent.
that would have been stopped by A. Because you don't have, it had not been served by the plumbing, sewer, and wiring in the last 5 years.
Right,
So you have a shed, you add 2,000 square feet to the shed. You say, hey, I'm gonna convert it, say, well, you can't, because it wasn't, this is all new construction, it's less than 5 years old, it wasn't served by,
But say it's 1,000 square foot garage and it happens to have a toilet in the corner. And then you add a 2,000 square feet to it, and then you convert the whole thing.
yeah,
Right.
and that's,
that would not be allowed, in my mind.
Yeah, but I think,
But
but I
what
think,
rule would stop you is, I guess is what we're trying to.
well, site plan review can stop it. It just depends on whether or not the committee would have enough chutzpah to say, you can't do that. We think that's wrong, it's not in the spirit of this. Or they're gonna lawyer up and say, oh, hell with the spirit of this, there's nothing here that says I can't. So, I don't know how those things get resolved by lawyers, but I guess they do.
Superior Court, and it's
Okay.
costly.
Well, there are lots of places that actually have planning boards or other boards that do use site plan review and discretion.
Yeah,
And they somehow make it stick,
yeah.
so.
But you need to be able to point back to the zoning and say, the zoning says you can't do this, and be able to defend that. That's where, a judge is going to read the zoning and read the planning board's decision. And the planning board, in their finding of facts, damn well better be pointing back to the zoning, saying, this section of the zoning does not allow what you're doing. And
Yeah.
if
So
they
I
can't,
don't know,
then the
judges are called judges because they actually render some judgments.
right, but they're gonna,
And this is really just a judgment that's being rendered by the planning board. This is not adaptive reuse, to take a backyard man cave and turn it into a 6-unit apartment building.
So-
That is not adaptive reuse.
so again, I would, put a definition in the zoning of what is adaptive reuse.
Well,
And
that
you
So,
could
was
so
very-
very
that's, so I was
Okay.
gonna suggest, there's a couple of sentences that could be lifted out of Nat's preamble and be put into the text, the beginning of the 4.46 conversions.
What?
The amendment was intended to facilitate adaptive reuse of older existing buildings rather than to authorize effectively new multi-unit development through conversion. And that would then,
Yeah, and I mean, that's-
then with being able to say, the expansion is subject to site plan review, you have this context giving them.
Is that enough
an
to
appeal-
persuade a
an
judge?
I think it would.
Because you didn't actually talk about size there.
An appeal to
proportion or
authority,
footprint or
it's an appeal
anything.
to authority,
And I mean,
back, and intent.
you look at the very last sentence of the current 446. The intent of section 446 is to encourage the ongoing viability of Lyme's
Right.
older buildings by allowing their conversion to other uses.
I think I think that there are so many weird, special ways we can get ourselves tied into knots. That
Yeah.
if we establish what the spirit of it is with the preamble and keep the end of it going and say that the 15% expansion is subject to site plan review, is a one-time thing and subject to site plan review, I think that'll work.
So there's not much of a preamble with 4.46.
I'm just talking about
Page
those.
24.
Page 24, that few sentences right at the beginning, right at 4.46, conversions. Right there, just add language from your preamble, Nat.
Okay.
The amendment,
Okay.
Where did you see that? Is that on the first page?
I'm
Okay,
talking,
so-
let's see if we can lift, in reviewing the structure and history of section
okay.
446, the amendment, and we can refer to March 2026, was intended to facilitate adaptive reuse of older existing buildings rather than to authorize effectively new multi-unit development through conversion.
I think you don't even need to put the, it just says section. And I know Renee has her hand up to make it, but just say, this subject section is to facilitate the adaptive reuse, or
Sure.
however you want it.
Or say something like, the purpose of conversion is adaptive reuse of older structures.
Existing, older, just to be
And
very
older
clear.
covers existing.
Well, no, because older can be imported.
Okay, wouldn't that be allowed? No, I guess not, maybe?
No. What did Renee want to say?
Yeah, let's.
So, Renee?
Oh, hi. Right, I don't mean to jump in too specifically on this. I think one thing just to keep in mind is, I think if you, to your point, if you reference, the 15%, and subject to site plan review, in your site plan review regulations, you could specify a little bit more of the specificity of what that 15% looks like, because the zoning ordinance would state the law or the rule or what's allowed, and then the site plan review could kind of inform more how that's applied. So just kind of a procedural thing that could happen and utilize that. The other thing, which may not be at this moment in time, but I just wanted to bring an awareness, is also the RSA was recently changed. Let me see if I can pull it up. I want to get the right one. To allow in any commercial district multifamily by right in existing adaptive reuse buildings. So RSA, let me see if I can, sorry, wrong one. RSA 67480 allows in any commercial zones that multifamily is allowed by right. And that's effective July 1st. And this just came up in another town that they were talking about it, so I was like, oh, you know what, this might be pertinent for you all as well, and wanted to do a heads up. And again, that might be a little more down the road conversation, but just wanted to mention it.
Yeah, multifamily is allowed in all districts, so there's no, it's not restricted here in Lyme to, any of the commercial districts also allow multifamily.
Does the, just out of curiosity, does the RSA define adaptive reuse or eligibility for adaptive reuse? I mean, as long as they're writing laws, have they just backed away from the details?
I think that the intent.
Oh, we're not hearing you. Did you turn?
You're muted, Renee.
Sorry. In this section, RSA 674, under 674-79, the definition for this, to list number 3, adaptive reuse means the repurposing of existing buildings or structures in whole or in part for residential purposes.
So it doesn't really get away from new construction. It doesn't actually, yeah, okay, well,
Well, they do, so it's also,
they don't distinguish between new construction and adaptive reuse because they don't define older.
Was it repurposing of existing,
Existing buildings.
so it's,
Oh, okay, okay,
It doesn't say how long they've existed.
yeah, yeah.
no, and I would say that's under 4, as far as exemptions go for a building being converted. But I think also RSA is not limited to adaptive reuse. So someone could build new commercial or new multifamily in a commercial district.
So
Okay.
what does the RSA, how many units, does it allow indefinite units?
Yeah, so I think the easiest one that if I can read this off, the first section just says, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary, municipalities shall allow multifamily residential development on commercially zoned land, provided that adequate infrastructure, including roads, water, and sewage systems shall be available or provided to support the development.
So there's no intensity regulation at all?
No,
So are they, in theory, are they leaving that for the town to decide? Or are they just saying, you can do anything you want in terms of intensity?
it's a really good question, but I don't know if that's come up yet. I think in a couple of towns where it's come up, their commercial zones allow residential, as well. Or, mixed use, if you will. So I think whatever, acreage requirements or density they had for that, they're overlaying that for this. I think that's still the path that can happen through this
So some type of
RSA.
planned development,
Yeah, I
or
mean,
cluster
so like,
home kind of situation?
right, so I think of like one town in particular has a cluster subdivision that allows, is allowed in the commercial district as well, and they can go down to 3/4 of an acre. So if they had one big lot and they wanted to do some multifamily, they could use the controls, dimensional controls of 3/4 of an acre potentially per unit. But I don't know, again, this is just becoming effective on July 1st. I don't know if all of this has been fleshed out yet as to, if it's a smaller lot and they say that they have enough sewer or water or, et cetera, could a developer potentially put in more than the current dimensional controls? I don't know. But the RSA doesn't speak exactly to like any density controls, correct?
and it also,
But it
it
should
talks
be allowed.
about, land that is commercially, or zoned. And in Lyme, we don't have any, thing that is specifically commercial zoned. It's all mixed use or residential. So I'm not even sure how this, something I would have to talk to town council on how they believe this affects the town, because, to me, reading this, it says, if you have a commercial zone that is zoned for commercial use only, then you have to allow residential.
Multifamily.
Yeah, you have to allow multifamily. We don't have any zones that are commercial
Exclusive.
zones, exclusive.
Well, it's not,
And so,
so,
well, that's why I say, I would want a legal opinion from town council on this, because, if this comes up, because it is very specific to, commercially zoned land. And it defines
Commercial
commercially zoned
district.
land means land zoned for such commercial activities as retail and office space. And, you know, we have residential land where that is allowed, but it is not specifically zoned for just that use.
Residential is already allowed in our commercial district.
Multifamily,
Yep,
Yeah,
Multifamily conversions,
multifamily conversions by site plan review.
but not multifamily brand new.
so, anyway, it's something that,
Yeah, we thought to think
I
about it.
think
that.
be
you know,
aware
we-
of on the
yeah,
other
we
side of
need to have-
things, yeah.
You know, it would be something that, you know, if it comes up, the town council would have to give us an opinion on, because
Yeah,
Well, let's keep
okay.
moving on.
So we were talking about the first sentence in 4.46, after conversions, period. The intent of conversions is adaptive reuse of existing older structures.
I mean, I was hoping we might be able to add a definition of adaptive reuse to our ordinance. And I can't remember where I picked up this definition, but I think it might have been from Durham, and it said that the repurposing of an existing building for a new type of use in which the overall form and exterior appearance remain largely unchanged except for changes needed to provide access or to comply with code requirements and other minor enhancements.
I like that. Can
I
we just
like
add it
that.
to the definitions though?
That's why I was
I mean,
suggesting
the
this,
master definitions.
the master definitions.
Yes.
Yes, I think
Yeah,
that's
you could
good.
probably do that and just skip then this,
just,
any alteration.
just, I'm gonna read this from the RSA. Adaptive reuse means the repurposing of existing buildings or structures in whole or in part for residential purposes.
Okay, well, I like his better.
This is a little
Yeah, I
more-
mean, in
Because it
whole or in
also
part.
talks about the form, preserving the form.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Actually, I would throw in scale, maybe.
The overall form. Yeah, so maybe we, in which the overall form, comma, scale, and exterior appearance remain largely
yeah,
unchanged.
Yeah.
yeah. I think that
And throw
helps
that
with a
in.
lot of the
Yeah, so-
worry we have.
So that takes out the,
The need
that
to,
allows us to basically solve the problem at site plan review. We could have done what Renee said, that is true, we could have just altered the site plan review standards and put a sentence like that into the criteria statements.
I think we still will,
Yeah, we undoubtedly will,
yeah.
but this at least is out there for somebody to read who only has the book.
Right.
Yeah,
Good.
so.
Okay, so that goes with an additional definition. Do you wanna
I'll have-
read that to David and let him?
Or do you want to, if you can send that to me, or?
Sure, I can send it to you after the
Yeah.
meeting, yeah.
So that will just be a definition that goes with the 4.46 amendment,
Yes.
all right? So then,
When you say that'll be a definition that goes with the amendment, we will be providing that as another change
On the warrant,
on the warrant.
yeah,
Yeah.
it would,
Yeah.
but it would be, yeah, exactly. Just to change it in a different place.
It would be an additional definition to the
Right.
the definitions on page X, Y, Z
Yep.
or something.
Yeah, but you in the very first page, under the A's.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
I like
then,
that definition, that
yeah.
is very clear and,
Yeah,
I mean, it's not clear, it's subject to interpretation,
but
but,
it's-
the spirit is clear.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the RSA adaptive reuse is pretty wishy-washy.
Well, and it's.
You could claim anything was adaptive reuse.
Well, and it's
Yeah.
also focuses on residential.
But it's
We-
for
we would be-
residential purposes.
Yeah.
We would be happy with, you
Yeah.
And
know,
again,
the country store.
I truly believe that the intent of that RSA was to say where you have areas that have a commercial district that does not allow any housing opportunities,
Mhm.
that you have to now allow housing. And,
Yep.
yeah, I think that's the intent, and I think,
We're
Lyme
already there.
is already there, that there was never any specific district that did not
Right.
allow housing.
Yeah. Okay. So we have arguably 30 minutes or so till 9 o'clock. Is there a way we can get to the end so we have a draft that at least the three of us here, plus the definition, can be
Oh,
Well,
suggested as?
are we okay with the rest of this?
well, that's what I was gonna
Yeah.
ask, because, I mean, the site capacity review,
Well, are we okay with the last sentence? Floor area created
yeah,
through such expansion shall not be used to
Yeah.
calculate the maximum number of residential units permitted under section 2.
yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
we're okay with that.
Yeah.
All right, so site capacity review.
I think that this is excessive.
It's definitely excessive, it's
Oh.
completely overdone, but the issue is when you're trying to write something that's
I know, you start. you start-
intended as a checklist,
But we already have this,
so maybe,
site plan review is already
Can
got.
I make a suggestion?
sure.
This whole, I like this, I like all the things. I think you can condense this down to one sentence. And the sentence would basically say that the site capacity review shall be done at site plan review. All this gets moved to site plan review, such as Renee had suggested earlier on for other things, that
Yeah.
this gets moved to the site plan review document.
Okay,
And
so let me just, can I make one suggestion?
Yep.
Okay, so what we do is, the planning board shall determine the number of residential units and occupancy intensity that may be safely accommodated within the structure and on the site. In making this determination, the planning board shall consider, and then jump down to L, occupancy intensity relative to demonstrated site capacity. Is that enough?
No, I would say, there's I mean, it's very helpful for an applicant to know what is going to be needed to demonstrate the site capacity.
So you would leave all that stuff in?
No, I would move that all to
The
site plan review.
Okay.
So, in the site plan review document, you would have a section.
But that's not available to the applicant at the time they apply, right?
that,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a.
It's a public document.
Oh, okay, all right, fine.
And so,
That's right.
and so what you would do is have a site capacity review section of the site plan review. And so you would then say that, you're going to determine the number of occupancy, or the units occupancy dependent intensity based on the site capacity review, subject to the site capacity review in site plan review. And we'd have to get the, I think it's very similar to the header of 4460, the criteria of section 1210. And section 1210 refers to site plan review. And so it
So
can be.
what would you do with number 4 then? Just obliterate it completely, or?
No, it would just be,
Site capacity review is conducted as part of,
yeah, I would take away the site capacity review heading and just say 4, the planning board shall determine the number of residential units and occupancy intensity that may be safely accommodated within the structure and the site, subject to,
site plan review.
or is subject to the criteria in section 1210.
Okay, okay.
And then,
Now, would you leave in, the planning board may approve fewer units than permitted by the floor area calculation where necessary to
Yes.
address these considerations?
I would leave that in. So basically, the determination criteria would get moved
Okay.
to the site plan review, and I would probably expand on that. You have emergency vehicle access and fire protection, life safety requirements. That could be subject to fire department review. I would add a police department review. As in with everything with site plan review, where you get reviewed by,
You mean expand on it in the site plan review document?
right, saying,
Okay,
that there's
yeah.
more,
Yep, okay.
parking adequacy.
Now, would that be part of the warrant article also?
Nope,
Okay,
so,
that would just be something that that change we could make.
right, you have ordinances and regulations. So we have the zoning ordinance, telecommunications ordinance, and then we have curb cut regulations, we have site plan review regulations, subdivision regulations. Regulations may be changed by the planning board after a public hearing. So you can make any changes to a regulation after you've held a public hearing on that change.
So you'd have to get the warrant article passed first and then a public hearing on regulations for it.
Yes, or you would kind of do it, you would put change the site plan review regulation, in such a way that if it didn't pass, it wouldn't affect, you would just have something hanging out in the site plan review regulation, if you wanted to get that done ahead of time. But, or it would be very simple to have everything ready to go. It passes in March, and the first meeting after town meeting, you have a public hearing to change the site plan review regulations.
Can I have a copy of the site plan review regulations?
I will go.
Or is there an electronic copy? that's
There's an
available?
electronic copy, and I will give you a,
Is it available online?
it should be available online,
I bet you have extra.
but I have a whole bunch of them all printed out.
If you can just send me an electronic copy, that would be great.
Yeah.
That would be perfect.
Okay, because like I said, if you want,
Yeah.
This is it's not very thick, it's 20
Yeah.
pages or something.
Yeah, but you sort of have to go through it and make sure everything's consistent and not redundant, and so.
Right, yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at it recently, but, yeah.
All right, so then, basically, we just take out that list. And we still say that they can improve fewer units than permitted by the floor area calculation. We still mention the intent of the subsection?
Or is that going at the beginning?
The intent of this subsection
Oh,
is to
wait.
encourage the preservation and adaptive reuse of existing structures while ensuring that occupancy and density remain consistent
Okay.
with demonstrated site capacity and the character of the
Yeah,
district.
so that ties it back together, yeah.
All right, so we'll leave we'll
Those two
leave 3
paragraphs.
paragraphs in, we'll just take out the list.
Yep,
Okay, good. So, now the last one, we can just decide whether we wanna get into or not. I just felt compelled to put in some kind of incentive
Do you want a Word doc or a PDF of the site plan review?
A Word doc would be fine, but a PDF would also be fine, whatever's easier to send.
I have them both right here, and I can, all I have to do is double
Send the
click.
PDF,
Okay. It's on its way.
great, thank you.
So when I was reading that,
It doesn't really have a lot of meat in it.
I'm wondering, I'm wondering how you quantify
Yeah, it's,
anything. I mean, I guess it's just providing a little bit of wiggle room to allow the board to, or the applicant to avoid a fatal flaw, I guess is what. I'm fine with it. I mean, how do we deal
such
with
flexibility may include reducing parking requirements, shared access or infrastructure. I assume that means, I think what I meant to say was between properties. Something like what Ray was suggesting with his septic. I think that's where that came from.
Okay,
Modified landscaping or buffering, flexible site layout standards, administrative simplification, and similar measures consistent with the purposes of this ordinance. I mean, does that seem reasonable to people?
yeah, on the surface it seems reasonable.
In other words, if you play ball with us, then we'll play ball with you.
Yeah, let's leave it in there for now.
Okay. All right, so then we're done.
Yeah, and I just need to give David my definition of adaptive reuse.
And I can rewrite this.
Yeah, if you rewrite it.
If you throw all that stuff back to me, I will try and put it back together again.
And
maybe
indent
we'll
it.
be able to just
And
go over it quickly.
And indent it.
And put indentions, indent.
Yeah, and then, the fact that, 4.46A, you have something called eligibility for conversion. None of these other paragraphs have a
The title?
a title, if you will. So how do we, and then 4.46G, you have general conversion rule, and then you created I, which was flexibility. of
Well, do we
sentence.
like those headers or not? Because I think each one of them has a header. Like, all the letters have headers.
But
And
not-
all the
but
numbers have.
Not in the existing
Not in the
ordinance.
existing.
Not in
one.
the existing format, right. So
So-
do we like those or not? I mean, we don't necessarily have to stick with the existing. Do you think it makes them easier to understand?
Well, we would have to add, it feels like we should add headers then for all of the paragraphs.
But that's
Yeah,
not
4.46.
consistent with the style of the rest of
And it's
those.
not, no,
Alan, yes, you know, if you look at, there are some, so let's, you know, go to page 27, 453 driveways.
yeah, so driveways does have and, yeah, B is special exceptions, and then it goes into 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then the same thing, you know,
Many hands?
Yeah,
oh yeah, you know, it
mean,
flips back and forth,
I
so
know,
I
it
think,
seems to me that a lot of this was written at different times.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I guess it seems like it makes sense to change forms, as long as it's easy to understand.
I think that's, you know, I don't have an issue personally with you putting in headers, because like I say, they're found throughout,
Yeah,
where they're appropriate.
You
So-
see, the thing is, if you look at the other things in 4.46, it's a lot of redundancy. You know? Because we're already talking about parking and everything in site plan review. And, you know, of course, you're gonna have a driveway that, you know, conforms to standards and has a septic system that's approved by the state and all those things. There's a lot of extra in here that
yeah, I mean, should we be thinking about getting rid of that? Driveways, building is served by a driveway.
Well, and also, you know, B, if applicable.
yeah,
The
I mean,
the
that's,
proposal must conform to the standards contained in the site plan review regulations. Well, again, look at the very last sentence of the 4.6, any conversion requiring site plan review. Well, to get to B,
yeah,
you have to, it requires site plan review. And so site plan review is applicable. So it's, you know, the if applicable,
Is there a case where a conversion does not require a site plan review at this point?
the only conversion that is to single family. Multifamily,
A single dwelling?
you know, a
A single
single, well,
dwelling.
yeah, which could be up to a duplex, but that's,
Okay.
Yeah, you're right, single dwelling is yes all the way across,
yeah.
permanent by right.
But everything else, any commercial or multifamily, which is 3 or more,
Mhm.
single or multi-dwelling. Single dwelling is.
Well, how about, I mean, let's leave it in there, but how about if, under A, can we call it structure age? And then B,
I would
site
like, you know,
plan
since we've
review.
added a bunch of language, I would like to take out things that are duplicative.
You know, I have to agree with Hebe that, you know, the building is served by a septic system that meets both local and state standards.
Duh.
Yeah, you know, it's going to meet state standards, and
And
I'm
that's,
not going to.
there's no local standard that's more strict than the state.
yeah.
Well, yes, there are, some of our setbacks are
Oh, I
are
see,
more
I see.
restrictive, but I'm not going to approve, or not going to approve it to go to the state, so the state's not gonna approve it, because they'll never get it.
Mhm.
Or they will not sign off on it until I sign off on it.
Right.
So, that one is kind of a.
Okay, so what you're saying is, let's pull out B,
And I'm not
C,
sure, you know, B is a.
D, E, yeah, B through E.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because G is one of the things we're modifying. here.
right,
Yeah,
And A is
We're fixing
the
up.
eligibility criteria. And the rest of it is all site plan review related.
Yeah.
Except for, no, excuse me, F, has the 40% floor area of the
Right.
building shall, so not F. So B through E.
yeah. And we're talking about, when we're back together, we may modify A.
So,
And I really
so do you want me to write up the entirety of
That would be great if
Well,
you.
then-
4.46?
And then you only have to come up with 3 more titles.
not even that, I don't think.
No, 2 more titles,
Right. For A and F.
A and F, yep. Well, and A is already eligibility for conversion, you've already got that one there.
Yeah,
So that, I like taking, you know, like, when you buy something for your house, you wanna get rid of something, and I feel like if we're gonna add something to the regulations, if we can get.
Well, it's like
simplify-
one in, one out, huh?
Yes, exactly,
the zoning board talking about the redundancy of, the stuff in 1040.
exactly.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of stuff that is kind of unnecessary.
It's spaghetti code. It's
Yeah.
like, go here, now go here, and what's here, and is this in agreement with this, and then have to go back and look at this, and there's a table over here, and this definition, and, you know, and oh, check this definition, oh my goodness.
Well, that's why I, as a programmer, I can deal with the zoning ordinance, because I can think
Yeah.
in, you know, the,
Conditional statements.
right, you know, so you know, here are the
But-
conditions, and you need to go and find them. You know, these conditions are just functions over here that I need to go look at.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like, we got a definition here, endless loop, see endless, you know,
Yeah.
loop, see endless. It's,
So, so we've got
we've got,
that,
and we've got, Nat's gonna create a nice format for us.
so we'll have a brand new 4.46 in totality.
Yes,
And then we will also have a definition for adaptive reuse.
Yep,
that will-
Right,
and we'll have some additions to the site plan review.
And we'll have, who's gonna do that? How-
well, if I get it, I guess I can go through that, I don't know when I'm gonna do this, but
Because-
I may not be.
I think
I
it's,
mean, well, there's, it says,
I think it's a copy pasta.
Well, I think it needs to be fleshed out a little bit more.
I mean, site plan review has a site general map. It has drainage and erosion, it has building layout plans, it has
There-
federal, state, and local permits.
If you read the site plan review, you may decide that there's, you
Yeah,
don't need to add.
But we just want to address two issues. One is the 15%, and the other is the list.
Yep.
Those two issues are the only thing that need to be put
All I'm
in
saying is-
without redundancy.
15% for sure, but I think a lot of the list is already covered in other pieces of the site plan review.
But, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it has freshwater supply, sewage disposal system, electrical, fuel, and.
Parking.
but you,
Parking.
The-
better than-
Landscape.
I think
Seen prior
that
parking, yeah,
information-
but it's got, yeah, it's got the location, area, and dimension of parking spaces,
Yeah.
loading areas, storage,
Yeah.
snow storage.
the information is there. But I think you need to add another section that is a site capacity review.
So standards.
Right, and here are the standards. Now, a lot of the standards, the information should be already provided, which is great. You know, it's part of what you have to provide anyway, but to make that site capacity review during site plan review for an adaptive reuse or a conversion. So you,
So this would end up being a
new section
new
within.
section within that.
Right, and it could
Site-
only be,
Site plan review regs for adaptive reuse conversion.
right, and it may only be a paragraph that says the
In-
board
in-
will.
In addition to the elsewhere in this book, the following needs to be addressed.
Right, the board will, for this particular case of adaptive reuse conversion.
Talk about the 15% expansion
Right,
and the granting one time, and be sure that it is only one time, and
and.
then the
obviously-
list, and the list should contain standards
Yeah,
for, what constitutes meeting the.
and if you look at the back of the site plan review document, the very last page, talks about parking.
Yeah.
Bugs the
On-site
daylights out
parking.
of me, because it's
Oh,
a
the appendix,
suggested,
on-site parking,
yeah, but it's a suggestion, not a, it's not a criteria.
Most incredible site plan review I ever sat through
The-
was the one for Crossroads Academy. Oh my God.
the general guidelines what is, I don't quite understand your point, David. The general guidelines regulating on-site, off-street parking are as follows.
Yeah, let me, I gotta look at it again, I don't have it in front of me. Oh, it's a general guideline, it's not a requirement. So, that's been used, a lawyer saw that, and it's like, this is just a guideline, it's not a requirement.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
So-
but a judge should give it a little more.
Hopefully, but, you know, again, when you,
You don't wanna go to the judge.
right, you would rather be able to say, no, this is what our site plan review says.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
So is it better to say this is what you require, and then you have a section that says, but we can also modify it and relax standards?
Right.
yeah. Well, yeah,
Is that the more proper way to do it? I'm
yeah.
just posing
Well,
a
you
question.
can just
I
say
don't
that, you know,
know.
the planning board may relax these standards.
Yeah,
In the, you know, and give conditions, why, you know, when this can happen.
okay.
You know, and that may be why it says guidelines, is so that the planning board has a way of saying, well,
Using discretion.
yeah, and, you know,
May
again,
rather than shall.
right,
Okay. So, are we done?
Yeah, I think so.
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
I'm allowed to ask Nate something, Nat.
Oh my God,
I
he's,
can't believe
Jeff
it.
has
I'm putting my
ruined it
Jeff
for all
hat
of us. It's terrible, it's terrible. He even made me do it once.
I know. I'm allowed to ask Nat something offline, right? It's not a meeting and it's not a quorum.
we are still being recorded.
Okay. The question I had was, when we get into lodging and accommodations, I'm wondering, it says section X, and I'm just wondering how we integrate this, where we integrate this into our.
It's already there.
um,
There's already a lodging and accommodations, it's like 3 lines long. I can't remember what it is,
There's-
4 point something.
Yeah, there is a section for lodging and accommodation, and you're right, it is,
It's about as brief as you can get.
Oh, okay, 4.55
Yeah, there you go.
on page 29.
I
So,
don't think I have the latest version
of the zoning ordinance?
of the
no,
lodging and
oh, that was
accommodation.
also handed out last meeting.
Well, there you go.
Sanctuary much.
So while you call it Article X,
Yeah, I mean,
this would be
4.55?
section 4.5.
Or you can get rid of 455 and create your own article.
Yeah. So,
Due to the size and complexity of it, I think putting it in its own article would be a better,
is that what these things are called, articles? It has a number, it's called an article?
an article would be, yeah, so 455 is part of Article 4.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be an
Article 4
article, it
is,
can be
Article 4 is use regulations. And I would leave 455 because it is a use, and just, I would change it to, say, refer to Article X, whatever, can't say X because that's 10. And
Well, I
that-
can format it after we go through it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much of this you're gonna go for.
So this becomes like Article 13 or something?
Yeah,
Lucky Article 13?
lucky Article 13. Let's just make it 14 and,
Skip the 13th floor?
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that's good. So our next meeting is on July 9th.
there are two things already scheduled. There is a site plan review, which I'm passing out,
Okay,
all the stuff that has been given. So, what they're looking at is, currently they own property on Market Street, the applicant. And one of the applicants owns or has.
Oh, was this the old blacksmith shop?
It might be, I don't know.
Was this, Virginia Alvord had a boutique medical practice there.
That is the medical practice.
That's, it's the old,
Colby Bend?
Colby Bent,
Oh,
Colby
okay.
and Jan Bent in the old blacksmith shop.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
well before my time.
Yes.
So they're converting a,
No, they have a home occupation, because she runs her medical practice out of,
okay,
yeah, but they own the property. They are going to move and they're selling the property, but she wants to be able to keep the medical practice. So they're going to basically do a conversion of go from a home occupation to an office.
Are they gonna sell off the whole property as
Yes.
one? So they're not trying to subdivide it?
Nope, they're not trying to subdivide it, they're selling the property as a whole, but as part of the sale.
Then she gets a lease.
She gets a lease on the office, but because she would be using it and the new owner would not, it's no longer a home occupation, it is a office.
and so this is in the.
So it's a
Lyme
commercial space
Commons
owned
district?
by the new owner.
It's a commercial space owned by the new owner, so it would be going from a home occupation to a,
Clinic,
yeah, well,
office,
I would say office is the better,
sure.
um,
Well, it's funny because it wasn't a chicken coop,
yep,
and then it was an insurance office, and then I lived there for a while, and then other people lived there, and then they tore the whole thing down and put a prefab building in.
So I see office, studio, restaurant, conversion.
yep.
What does that mean?
It would be converting this into an office. So it would be, it's going from a home occupation, which is allowed by right,
Mhm.
to a office, which is allowed by site plan review.
So it's an office conversion?
Yep.
Okay.
It seems to me like all the boxes are probably already gonna be checked for most of this.
I think so, but it says right here, if you're gonna convert to an office, you go through site
Site plan
plan.
review, right.
Yep.
Sounds
So-
like an easy one.
I'm hoping,
Hey, shh, no jinxing, no jinxing things.
So this is one,
That's one,
yep. Mr. Clark is coming back.
oh, good.
Oh,
could we get definition on what he's coming back with?
He wants to talk about his property this time, and I've tried to, I've conveyed to him that, you know, the board has listened to his, what he would, you know, like, for changes in zoning. And he said, no, I wanna talk about my project on, I think it's going to digress into what he wants changes for zoning, but I have.
Well,
done-
He already told us.
I'm not inclined to wanna hear him unless he presents some material for us to look at in advance of the meeting.
I can send you I have a plan that he has submitted,
Okay,
and I will forward that plan tomorrow.
Okay,
cause just talking with no plan and no,
yeah.
Yep.
nothing in writing
I read
is
the
not
minutes, it's
constructive.
sad that he can't do, economically, he doesn't think he can do the conversion. Is that what the minutes said?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's,
I don't get it,
It seems crazy, I mean, it's, and Nancy Grandin's rolling in her grave.
yeah.
Well, I
Cause she
think-
wanted multiple units in there.
yeah, well, I think,
I think it has the same problem that the building over there had.
trying to meet the building codes.
And this
Oh, the one on
disconnected
the-
sill from
The one on the back
foundation.
side of the common?
Yeah, so, yeah,
So it was gonna require, again, it was probably gonna end up being tight.
Yep.
And it seemed like, how many units was he actually gonna be
He
able
was
to
gonna
get?
go for four.
He's going for 4, and this new plan, and he wants to do it in multiple buildings like he did in the other, which for that site, that, you know, that.
Oh, so now he's changed it again?
Oh,
Or he-
right up to, this week, I had a conversation with his architect, and they were planning on doing a single-family dwelling, and that's it. And then I get the plan today, and it was, oh, we want to do
Changed
4
our
units.
mind.
So 4 units, now what is that going to be? Is that, what?
I'll send you I'll send out the plan.
Is it like a planned development, or?
Yeah, we have multiple buildings.
And subdivisions?
Nope, no, but it would have to either be, you know, a condo ownership, or, which would be a subdivision, but,
Right,
or it could be owned by a single owner and rented.
How much land does he have?
1.3 acres, I think.
1.4, what's the tax card?
It's 2 different lots?
No, it's a single lot.
Yeah.
So her lot was that big?
Yep,
And,
So it's much bigger than what he's got cleared,
yep.
yeah.
So he's gonna basically be putting a house and an ADU and a house and an ADU on 2 different pieces of,
No, he's looking at, the building, you have the main house with 2 units in it, and then another building with 2 units, and then I think a garage that has another unit, which, he said 4, but
so
I
he's
counted
gonna
5.
build a new duplex.
Yep.
So can you do that?
No.
Yeah, so how's he gonna,
So why do we need to meet with him to tell him?
why can't,
do
he
it?
can do it if he builds a single family and an ADU, that's why I thought it was a
Well, he's
house.
not gonna get the 4.
Well, he's he's gonna convert to 2 units, and then he's gonna have a house and an ADU, that's 4 total
Well,
units.
but you couldn't do that.
He can't.
You can only do the
house.
ADU.
Wait a second, he's gonna subdivide, right?
No subdivision.
He can't
Oh, he
subdivide,
can't
the lot's
subdivide.
not big
No,
enough.
that's not big
So the
enough,
problem-
so he's stuck all the way
If-
around.
He needs to tear down, he says he needs to tear down the back half of because it's not got a good foundation. But he could reconstruct something on that footprint and put 2 units in that, is my
But
understanding of the zoning.
You'd have to reconstruct, you know, as one building.
Right, yes, but,
And because the fire codes and stuff would cause him,
You can't put 2 layers of sheet rock and that calls it, that's a.
no,
fire
because it's a matter of, you now have 4 units,
right,
and when you have 4 units, you have to bring everything up to the current building codes. Not just fire codes, but building codes.
Yeah,
So the roof, you know, that's a timber framed roof that's been there for
Yeah.
however many 100 years, it does not have the spacing for the rafters
right,
that's required. It is, you are required to have 8-foot ceilings in all the spaces,
including the basement.
including the basement. You have to tie the building into the foundation.
In
It's
case
a-
there's a hurricane,
Right, it's a rubble stone foundation.
yeah.
yeah.
The funny thing is, if you look, I don't know if it's still true, but if you look at it, it has 4 electric meters. There used to be 4 units in it.
Yeah, there were 4, and Ray could, well,
Well,
again, the problem is putting in, you know, redoing it now, the state fire codes.
So-
This is the hard part about conversions,
Yeah.
is it's not that the town doesn't allow you to do it. It is incredibly expensive to actually do it.
Implement it, yeah.
yeah, new construction's easier. So,
So here's a.
it seems like he's going to be here asking us, is there a chance, or what are the chances that if I wait a year, I'm going to be able to do something more?
Well, I think it's gonna
Because
be
you
more,
already sort of
you need to
implied
make
that.
changes so that I can do it in a year.
No, he's not gonna tell us what to do.
You don't know Ray.
Well, I do. I've gotten to know him a little bit, but I don't think he's gonna, I think that's over. I think
Yeah.
he was upset, you know.
No, well, no, he's-
His wife is,
No, I get.
there are
I'm-
issues.
Yeah,
And-
no,
and-
I'm-
Yeah, he's a great guy.
As I've always told her, I don't hold grudges against anyone, because it's too much work.
Right.
But, so I don't care about the last meeting, that's fine.
But I don't think he's gonna tell us what to do, I think he's
I
gonna
think he wants
ask,
to.
what is the likelihood that if I, because he did say this.
Yeah.
What is the likelihood that if I wait a year, I'm going to be able to do more? And how are we gonna answer that?
And so, as I understand it, plan development, if we changed and added a comma and took out an and or an or.
For the commercial requirement.
It gives- Basically,
Would
I
that-
think
Would
you,
that allow that to happen, or is that an oversimplification?
I would have to look,
It's pretty close,
yeah, I think it would be a.
pretty close, and I only know because I was talking to Rusty about what he wanted to put in. He wanted to put in 3 houses, and the thing was, he was bumping up against lot coverage, and the requirement for commercial.
Right, and I think the requirement for commercial and lot coverage. So, if, you look at lot coverage in planned development,
Yep,
is,
and I think it's still, completely within keeping of the spirit of the downtown, so. I mean,
Because, I mean, I'm willing to entertain changing I don't know what the implications are of changing
Right.
that word and, or.
well, I mean, all-
David, could you take a look at that and give us some idea of how you would rule on it if we did alter that, took out the
yeah,
requirement for?
I'm gone next week, but,
I mean, I
after
think
that.
I mean,
So
just
much
so
of
we
the
can
rest of
say
the
something to them,
ordinance is
that's,
oriented towards
that either
residential.
encourages them or discourages them.
So,
Yeah.
pulling
And I
out a
think,
requirement for
you know,
commercial
the
is
two
key.
big issues,
Spirit of it.
Yeah, unless
In plan
people are
development.
paranoid that we are decreasing our commercial base, and, because the commercial is what's gonna keep our taxes low.
which is, commercial and residential are taxed exactly the same rate.
Yeah.
They are, but,
Yeah,
Business taxes is
yeah, but the town doesn't get those.
some percentage.
but some argue that, well, you don't get school children with commercial.
Well, that's, yeah,
um,
there's arguments either way, but you also tend to need more fire and police services.
Yeah, and commercial buildings tend to be less expensive
Right.
than residential buildings.
The Dollar General in Fairleigh does not generate a huge amount of income tax, or in property tax,
Oh my God.
or the building.
So,
So increasing the footprint or the lot coverage and
The building-
removing the requirement for commercial would be 2 things that would immediately improve the
Yeah.
chances of that lot going through.
Yep,
Which one?
raise.
Raise project.
Raise. What about Rusty? Is it, can we help
His-
him?
It would
his
do the
two.
same thing.
His two.
He's doing something.
He's
He
putting in
has
a new,
to.
putting in a
His-
new septic,
His,
but
his,
he's,
his.
what?
He built another building.
no,
No, the, house, had a contract on the house for the guy who was gonna be the, are we adjourned yet? We can be
yeah,
adjourned,
I can end the meeting. and-
yeah.
This
Rec-
is also being taped up there.
Yeah, it's not a secret.
Okay.
He had agreed to sell to the guy who's gonna be the, principal of the Richmond school and given him a good deal.
Mhm.
And then the inspection came through and he had said, the septic leach field is old and it's a wet lot, but it's working fine. And the inspector said it's a failed leach field, and so the contract person said that Rusty had been dishonest. So,
So all that digging is for a
Rusty-
septic system,
Rusty
not
said
for a
no.
house foundation?
Rusty
all
said
for-
no deal. He's putting in,
Dear, oh my goodness.
he's putting in a 10-bedroom leach field, because he originally had a lot layout with a house up here near the road and a second one down, close to where the first house is.
Right, that's why it's angled like that,
Correct.
so that he could
Correct,
make
have
that
a
geometry
single,
work.
single driveway up here and then another short driveway from the upper side.
Yeah,
And I think, again, this would also help that lot.
It would, It would.
Because his big problem was, again, trying to find a commercial, and you're taking up
I
building
mean-
space.
my
Put in-
neighbor was gonna, like, build a demo house, cause he does energy stuff,
oh, yeah.
mini splits and, whole house things, and he was gonna have it be his place and then have an office for his wife to do her psychiatric consulting. But it never could work out. It was all too many contingencies and not enough, barely enough for driveways with lot coverage of 6,000 square feet.
Well, good, well, I think we had a constructive meeting, I hope that we can keep moving forward when the rest of the board is here next time. We don't have to go back to square
No,
one,
we're not going
because,
to.
because,
We will say no.
yeah. They had a chance to come. and-
That's right, that's right.
Well, thank you very much.
Miller time.
Yeah.
Don't drink less, but drink better now. I don't know anymore.
My doctors say don't drink, and I'm not happy with them on that, but.
Yeah, I don't go well with that one either.
There's a reason we have all
I am a
those,
doctor, so.
we all have all those enzymes in our gut for
If
breaking
you
down
ask me,
alcohol. I mean, why would we have that if it wasn't intended?
You know, okay, my heart kind of beats weird. Alcohol's a depressant. Shouldn't that slow my heart rate down and keep it at a good,
Do you
nice?
have
Well,
you
it's
have
just
AFib?
AFib tends to be a post-sobriety, triggered rhythm. In other words, it's sort of a binge drinking, for example, will bring it out.
Oh, my goodness.
Well,
David,
The next
yeah,
morning.
my binge drinking is a single shot of rum.
Yeah,
And so, I don't think that's,
my husband almost died in Vietnam and he just turned 80, so he's having his wild turkey every night.
yeah.
There you go.
It's like your perception of risk is a
Yeah.
little bit different.
Yep.
Well, I'm still out cutting wood with my chainsaw and everything, even though I have AFib.
Yeah, good for you.
Just go to sleep in the afternoon.
He does too.
Yeah.
Wood's not gonna cut itself.
No, it's not.
No. All
All
right.
right.
Can I talk to you for just a second?
Yeah.
The other room?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I can, use your Xerox
Okay.
machine, I can give you that permission to do that. because he did send me, he did send me a new copy of that PDF that didn't show up.
Yeah.
And I was gonna forward it to you today, and I totally forgot about it. I'm just wondering how we can get that to the other board members.
Let's stay with the plan I have for now, for the board members. That's what Ray said he wanted to talk about.
Okay.
And let's stick with that one. And I was blindsided on this one because last time I talked with Ray, he said he's decided to go to the back old, the addition on the back of the house. It's not original. Make it a single family and move on.
Yeah.
I talked to his architect this week. I was told the exact same thing. And then I got the plan today, nothing to do with single family.
Huh. Because, I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. I mean, I see the part that has the slate roof and it's got 3 stories or windows up in a 3rd story. And then beside that, I don't know whether you call it an L or what.
It's the backside of the house, comes in with a garage.
Yeah.
I think that's all an addition that happened later.
And that might be where Dr. Putnam had his, oh no, I think he went in the front.
He was in the, yeah, pretty sure it's the front, but nothing of where he lived, but there's no foundation under that backside.
Oh, really?
It's in pretty bad shape.
But you can lift it up, put a foundation on it.
I think the cost of bringing everything up to the fire code
Yeah.
is prohibitive.
But he can do 2. He can do the original house for 1 and then,
So you can't have two, you want to have one primary use building on the wall. So putting in a second building, is not allowed. That's what plan development.
no, but if it's all 1 building but 2 units, I mean, it's
Yeah, you
a
could do
conversion.
units. Yeah,
It's
you
a
could do
conversion.
units. But again, that's not what he wants to do. So that's one of the other big things. What Ray wants and what the zoning allows are 2 different things.
Yeah.
And so he's just, saying he wanted to because he's not getting what he wants.
So a conversion. So the code is talking about dwelling units. Is that how they deal with it?
It's, that's how the fire goes. So the apartments,
Okay.
whether they're condos, apartments, dwelling units. When you go to 4,
So he could have 3 then.
I believe 3 is allowed. But yeah, I don't know the code, I'm not, that's a fire marshal.
But I mean, theoretically, I mean, he could take what he's got there, if he needed to, if he, the adaptive reuse, even though the current zoning ordinance doesn't mention adaptive reuse anywhere. But I mean, if in the process of converting, he had to renovate, which meant he had to take the sides down and then put them back up in the same footprint, he could get 3 units.
I believe, but again, I don't know, I can't hear you, I don't know the fire code, I don't know where that threshold
But
is.
from our standpoint, he could do 3.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can do, well, from our standpoint, you can do as many as you can do.
Build this, do these, you can do the building, yeah. But we could certainly suggest to him, hey, if you can do 3, then you can do 3. I mean, our ordinance allows you to do as many as will fit in the building, but if 3 is the number, then 3 is the number, until things change, until and if they change.
And, yeah, I don't know how far the board's gonna get this year. You're doing good
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be some resistance, because it's a little bit different than what was originally proposed. The original proposal was a lot more open,
Yeah.
and, this is now saying, well, the planning board's going to make these decisions now.
Right.
And people may, that's too restrictive,
Yeah.
so it may not.
Yeah. On the other hand, if we're cutting out some paragraphs, that might have some appeal.
And the big thing that I think is if tax project fails to be able to file, she drops it, then no one's going to care.
Yeah.
So if her project still seems viable, I think it would be a good thing on the board to bring that in. Say, hey, listen, this is what we're looking at.
Yeah. Can you just get behind this?
We want, we want to make sure that what we're doing is still the spirit of what you intended,
Yeah.
and get her buy-in.
Yeah. Has she or Lynn or the other one that helped draft this, have they been attending any of our meetings, or do we have any idea if they've been watching the Rich's videos?
I don't know.
Because those are just on, he has some YouTube
Yeah,
site or
you
something.
do channel, for someone who,
Okay, so that has, the town has no
knowledge of what
full knowledge of how that looks.
you have to lose.
Okay. Well, while you pick up, I'm just gonna forward you this email.
Okay.
It was a picture of the pocket. It's just a 2-page thing that shows a pocket neighborhood. As far as I'm concerned, that's a much bigger lot. Yeah.
We want changes to the zoning, we have a specific project we want to change. And the board, when you're looking at this, is to look at the entire district changes.
Exactly.
And it's not as simple as, what would work perfectly on raised lots,
Yeah.
would not work on some of the smaller lots in town.
Right.
Narrower lots, there's, so, yeah, these are great ideas, but if you don't, unless you apply them on the lots that make sense, you gotta be careful with the spots.
Yeah. So the other thing is lot coverage. I don't know how we can tackle that, to know whether, we can go up from 6% to 9% or 6% to 10% or.
And so the lot coverage numbers are based on a number, how big you will know how it's done, but basically saying how big can you build out before you start running into problems with water running off the lot. So there is, the number has a logical meaning behind it. They're not just arbitrary numbers.
That would be good to get,
Figure that out, and when you're talking about these communities, the smaller lots,
they have water and sewer.
they have water, sewer, and stormwater.
Yeah.
And, we're not set up for stormwater. It all runs onto the woods or onto the rivers.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more to urban development than just figuring out, well, you can build out as much as you want.
Right.
But there's, there's a lot more planning and development that goes in for infrastructure than,
And in fact, I was looking under the septic guidelines, and, the state septic guidelines, minimum lot size for, let's see, on-site sewer and off-site well is 1.4 Because, yeah, they get into, well, I don't know, here's fixture units, for apartment buildings. How many dishwashers do you have in addition to everything else? Well, we're making a little bit of progress. Thank you for being here.
Yep, and just so you know, I am out next week,
Okay,
so.
me too, so.
Okay, then we won't.
Have a good week. You don't blow yourself out over the floor.
No, I don't celebrate the Fourth, especially this year.
Yeah.